Okay, 8 and 9-year-olds. 8 and 9 years old. They are now entering into the east end of the show arena. That will be the Shell House Livestock Company and the Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Here in the Brown Sheep Barn, you will enter all week in the east end and exit through the west. Ann Muma will be down there. We'll check you in. You'll get a seat till our class is complete. Our judges here, and we'll be ready to go here in just a few minutes, but let's have all the 8 and 9-year-olds into the makeup arena.
Johnny Friday morning. I said, "Did you bring my check home?" "Nope, I forgot. I left at 8:45. We had tag issues."
Last call, last call. We need to have all 8 and 9-year-olds for your showmanship class. Last call. Into the Shell House Livestock Company Makeup Arena. Okay, Ann, let's line them up. Again, entering the ring is your exhibitors, 8 and 9 years old. Starting out, we'll go from youngest to the oldest this afternoon. In the ring, again, we have the 8 and 9-year-olds. We'll be now asking for the 10-year-olds to come to the Shell House Livestock Company Makeup Arena. 10-year-olds, you're up next. Our judge today is Bart Cardwell. Bart is from Northern Oklahoma College, where he's an ag instructor and the sheep center manager there in Tatanka, Oklahoma. He's responsible for a 140 head purebred sheep center. The center is an educational flock for NOC ag students pursuing their degrees in ag science. As part of the educational experience, students have the opportunity to exhibit the flock at the Tulsa State Fair, the Fort Worth Livestock Show and Rodeo, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, and the North American International Livestock Exposition in Louisville. The Sheep Center has raised 18 national champion and reserve national champion sheep at Louisville in its 18 years of existence. He is a former ag education instructor and extension educator as well. Bart and his wife Judy have 2 kids, Abby and Otto, and reside in Lamont, Oklahoma. Let's give Bart a nice Buckeye welcome for coming out and judging our showmanship here at the 2025 Ohio State Fair. We'll make a second call for the 10-year-olds. 10-year-olds in the Market Lamb Showmanship. 10-year-olds, we need to have you to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Again, to all exhibitors, for your showmanship classes, you will need to bring your green card. Bring your green card to the makeup arena with you. Also, all exhibitors must show in showmanship to be considered for the Outstanding Market Exhibitor. The Junior Sheep Showmanship Age winners will receive money from the Virgil Strickler Youth Reserve Program. Again, the purpose of our showmanship classes is to encourage young exhibitors to acquire some skill and know-how in the handling of their animals and to obtain information and practice in fitting and grooming them for the show. Again, the exhibitors, as you can see, they've spent a lot of time with their projects, but again, they must be able to show their own animal in showmanship. Again, the judge will work them around the ring and ask them to do a few things that might be a little bit challenging, but that's part of the show. But again, we really encourage you to show in showmanship, develops your skills, and just makes you a better show person. And you'll find that that'll get easier and easier every time you go out and show. Throughout the afternoon, we will have 3 different division winners that will come back. So the first and second individuals there in each one of these Market Lamb classes will need for you to be able to come back after the first, which will be our juniors, which will be the ages 8 through 12. That will be your junior champion showman. In the intermediate showman, that'll be the ages 13 through 15. We'll have our intermediate champion showman. And then the senior showman, that's the age group 16 through 18. The winners of each of those classes will come back and they'll receive a banner sponsored by the Mark Banbury family. Again, we've labeled this always as our Mark Banbury Memorial Showdown Champion. And again, we'll need to have those winners of those classes back for each one of those division champions.
You can leave that in.
Well, good afternoon. Glad to be here, be back after 2 years of doing this. 2 years ago, certainly was looking forward to the opportunity to evaluate your young people again. Showmanship's something that everyone should take pride in. Doesn't matter how good the lamb is or how much you spend on it or anything like that. It has to do with how hard you're willing to work with the project, how much time you spend at home with them, and then get here and the results in the show ring. And so that's what I really appreciate about this young man that wins. Nice job. He's very smooth. There's a few times I'd like to get those legs set up a little bit better, but he's very smooth. When we do the circle out here on this top 5, he's the one that's the smoothest, that has the lamb set up the best, that moves around the sheep, not the sheep moves around you. I think we had some trouble with maybe getting them set up because we're trying to move too much and not paying attention to where that sheep's at. Throughout the day, you're gonna this is gonna happen again, exhibitors. So you better get ready. If you get in that top 5, you're gonna have to make sure you're doing the right things when I start running in that circle. But very nice job. Lamb was set up always very good, and I like how he attaches to the front end of that sheep and gets that head nice and high. Young lady that's in second does the same thing. That's where these two excel, is they always have those sheep with the top lines are good in them, their feet and legs are right, and that head and neck is exactly where it needs to be each time, and that's where they excel in the group. Very good in these two, and I think they're a close pair. Maybe just some slight difference on the circle. He's just a bit smoother in keeping them together, keeping that sheep together. Here in third, another one that does a really nice job. She's depending more on attaching on that front end and setting those legs with pressure. I still want to, even at this age, start getting back there and handling those legs and setting them up. Of course, sometimes you have a lamb that maybe doesn't want you to touch those legs, but that's where I would like to see. When we did the circle thing, that lamb didn't quite cooperate right and didn't set all 4 where I needed them to be compared to the 2 above her, and that's why she's here in third. And then in fourth here, young lady does another tremendous job from the side view standpoint. Maybe this lamb gets to leaning too much into her from time to time. She needs to watch that. I like to see those front legs straight up and down when you're putting that brace on them, not leaning forward and tilting off center a little bit. It just kind of distracts from the look when reviewing these from the side. Next young man in the ring, a really good quality lamb that's a nice sheep to look at out here. I guess sometimes this sheep just gets a little lazy. I'd like to see him just keep his knee attached to the front end of that sheep a little bit better, and maybe try to fix that top line in that lamb. She wants to break in her top line a little bit, and that's something that's hard to show out of one. That's why in selection, when we're looking at lambs out of some of these bucks that break there, we don't really want to put those lambs on kids that are just now learning how to show, because those are really hard things to show out of them. And anyway, this lamb poses that problem, and it gives him a little trouble here. But he does a good job as well as getting the head and the neck right, getting the feet and legs set. Just like to change that one little thing about how he does there. Good set of kids on down the road. I know we got a lot to go through, so that's the ones I'm going to comment on. Let's give them all a big round of applause and thank them for coming out today.
Our winner of our 8 and 9-year-old division goes to Hunter Saltzner from Medina. Our second place winner was Betsy Young-Peter. Third place was Avery Kramer from Algalais County. Fourth, Alinda Culp from Wood County. Fifth was Colby McCracken from Portage County. Sixth, Chance Holly from Wood County. Seventh is Adlin Pullman from Allen County. Eighth was Brody Wilson from Muskingum County. Ninth was Bethany Richards. 10th is Adlin White from Belmont. 11th was Katie Kramer from Hancock. And 12th place was Sawyer Young from Delaware County. Entering the ring, we have all 10-year-olds. All 10-year-olds entering in the ring. This will be a first call for all 11-year-olds to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. All 11-year-olds, this will be your first call. All class winners, we will need to have you back again for the Mark Bamberry Memorial Showdown Champion. Our first championship will be after age 12. So we'll have the class winners from ages 9 through 12. We'll need to have you back for our champion junior showman. Need to have a second call for all 11-year-olds. All 11-year-olds, we need to have you into the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. 11-year-olds. Each winning exhibitor also will receive a plaque trophy that was sponsored by the Ohio Township Association. I believe Beth Overs will be presenting you with that trophy representing the Ohio Township Association. Again, we're delighted to have Megan Hunker Ruffing here taking professional action shots here in the ring again this year. She's worked with us for many, many years, does a great, great job in the ring, especially with some of those action shots. Also, you can, if you want your exhibitor to get a picture at the backdrop, you can also do that over here on the side of the barn. All of Megan's pictures will be up on Lindy's Livestock Photos. If you'd like some extra photos of your exhibitor, come see Megan. Megan's the one here working the ring right now, and all photos, again, are for sale at Lindy's LivestockPhotos.com. Final call for all 11-year-olds, to the Shell House Livestock Company's Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Final call, 11-year-olds.
think it's very tight with these top three in this age division, and depending on what you want to emphasize, I could see them placed around and moved around. There's just some little things that I see. I think as far as getting one set up and having the head and neck in the right spot all the time, feet and legs where they're supposed to be, I think this young lady does the best job of that for me. That lamb is a very nice and attractive lamb from the side, and she does a good job of accentuating the good pieces of that sheep. Feet and legs are always set up. I like her control, and she doesn't get nervous in the ring when we do the circle. She did a pretty good job. The lamb had a little leg out of place, and she found it and got it set up. I think she does a nice job, and I'm not taking anything away from the young lady in second. Another one that can really get one shown and has that head and neck and everything where it's supposed to be. Maybe caught her leg out of place just a little bit from time to time. When we do the circle, she got a little more nervous about me moving around her and where those legs should be placed, and I had a leg or two not quite where they were supposed to be. Minor things, but we've got to pick a winner, and that's where we're going to break it on. The young lady next, this lamb at times just gets a little too stretched for me in the show ring, and it's just a matter of just getting him just right. Probably not the easiest one to show of the top three because he is a little bit longer in his spine, and he breaks a little bit right in that hip-loin junction. So again, it's one you can get him too extended and too stretched out, and he just doesn't quite balance up right for me on the side. I think she does a nice job when we do the circle and getting them set up. I like her attachment up through the front end. I just want to change those little things about getting those feet and legs exactly where they need to be when reviewing that sheep from the side. And then down here, I guess these two do a nice job of getting them set up, good side view, getting a good brace. When we did the circle, those sheep moved too much. It was a matter of who was in control. Is that lamb? That's the whole thing about that circle is if that lamb is doing what it's supposed to do, he should be sitting there, and the student should be moving around the sheep and placing feet where they're supposed to be, and the lamb shouldn't move a bit. And so that's why these two are here in fourth and fifth in this class today. Is those two just moved too much, wouldn't set legs, wouldn't pay attention to what the shower was trying to do to them, and that's just the thing. Some of these sheep, they have a mind of their own sometimes, and that makes it tough in showmanship. But good job in this class. I certainly appreciate a good deep class in terms of just doing a nice job and getting them looking right from the side, a little more challenging than that last age group was. Good job. Let's give them a round of applause and congratulate them as they leave the ring.
First place in our 10-year-old division goes to Gretchen Blosser from Fairfield County. Second place is Peyton Prince from Champaign County. Third was Rowan Ward from Pike County. Fourth place is Lexa Dunlap from Warren County. Fifth, Macy Miller from Fairfield County. Sixth, Blythe Heron from Coshocton County. Seventh, Cade Beck from Fulton County. Eighth, Gentry Krotzer from Sandusky County. Ninth was Dallas Krebaheny from Union County. 10th was Natalie Adderholt from Ashland County. In the ring, we now have the 11-year-olds. We'll make a first call for your 12-year-olds to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. This will be your first call, 12-year-olds.
Another high-quality set of showmen here. Young lady that wins this, I think she just hits all the high points as far as showmanship, getting one where it needs to be, getting it on all fours. I really like when we do the circle, her sheep doesn't move a bit. Had him stuck the whole time, let me see the sheep, let me see all of the sheep as I went around that circle. And every time I've handled this lamb with the brace, she's hard as a rock, and she just does a nice job. Just a lot of really good qualities there as far as the showman goes. I love how she holds the head and really shows off the sheep and kind of stays out of the way, but gets it done. Young lady with the South Down U here does a nice job. One little minor thing, kind of got funky on her head on the circle deal. Is a minor thing, because she does a good job with the rest of it, getting the feet and legs set up, making this ewe look nice, showing me the whole sheep when I've been out here in the ring with her. Just another excellent showman that makes that a really close placing for me in that top end. This young lady does a really nice job. This lamb is trained very well. She connects to the front end of this ewe lamb, and she pretty much knows where she's supposed to sit everything. Does a very nice job from that standpoint. Spent a lot of time at home. Maybe at times at times the lamb just kind of went downhill on me and gave me a bad look from the side, whether we didn't had her too stretched out or not stretched out enough. That was just a minor thing from time to time. The rest of it I really like. The brace is good. The head's where it's supposed to be. Does a nice job. Next young man does a really good job up on the front end of that sheep and getting the head nice and high in the air and appropriate where it's supposed to be on his brace. Sometimes that sheep gets a little crooked in his spine, and it just has to do with his pressure point on the front of that sheep. Not every time, but it just happened a couple times. I'd like to have his back leg set up a little bit better when we did the circle out here, but did a nice job. Next young lady has a really good sheep that she does a good job with. Lamb looks good all the time. We get out here on the circle. That lamb just got kind of out of sorts a little bit, didn't quite get set up one time, and that's why she's there in the fifth hole. We're being critical of very little things because she does a really good job on the front end, making that lamb look right. The next two, I want to say something about them. They were in that top 7. Excellent job. The circle kind of caused some problems. Both of them didn't allow me to see the whole sheep when I went around that sheep. I'd just like to see that change when we go through that exercise. So very good job, young people. Everybody give them a round of applause for a good job.
Our class winner in the 11-year-olds, first place goes to Jane Graham from Gallia County. Second place is Caden McCoy from Ashland County. Third was Paisley Reynolds from Knox County. Fourth was Zayden Wooten from Mahoning County. Fifth, Bryn Bollinger from Wayne County. Sixth was Parker White from Ashland County. 7th, Jake Kramer from Hancock County. 8th, Bronson Shear from Wayne County. And 9th, Aubrey Barrera from Perry County. And 10th place, Sydney Wilson from Huron County. Again, Jane will be receiving a plaque from the Ohio Township Association. And again, we need to have the first 2 individuals back after the age group of the 13-year-olds for your champion junior showman. In the ring, we have entering. This will be your 12-year-olds. 12-year-olds now entering the ring. We'll make a first call. First call for 13-year-olds to the Shell House Livestock Company and the Showbox Society Makeup Arena. First call, 13-year-olds. After this class here, which this is the 12-year-olds in the ring, after this class, we will then show for the Mark Banbury Memorial Showdown champion. That will be for your champion junior showman. Again, those are ages 9 through 12. So each one of the class winners and reserve class winners, we need to have the first two from each one of those classes, your 8 and 9s, your 10s, 11s in this class. We need to have those into the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena here on the east end of the arena to be able to come in so we can show for our champion junior showman.
Challenging class, a deep class. I hope I didn't take too long getting them lined up, but there's a lot of good showmen in this group, and whoever's involved in training these kids, congratulate yourselves on doing a good job. And to you young people, congratulations on a good job getting ready for this event, because a lot of good showmen. I love how the quality that we've seen in terms of just getting them set up and making them look right. This young lady does a really good job, almost flawless in what she does. Always gives me a good look. I don't think I ever saw that ewe lamb out of sorts on the circle. She does an excellent job. She does the things I'm looking for as far as getting feet and legs set and keeping that head where it's supposed to be during that time. Just a nice job. She's a touch more smoother than our young lady that's going to be your reserve champion showman for this group. Just kind of got legs set just a little bit better for me, especially on the circle. But I love the tremendous job she does. Always has a good brace. Always has that head right. Always has those feet and legs on the side view looking good. Just when we did the circle, there was one leg kind of out of sorts for a little bit. And I know we're talking about close things, but excellent showman there. And then the young lady we have in third just doesn't quite get the oomph out of that sheep at times that the other two do out of theirs. But she has a nice look up through that front end, maybe just not getting that top line up all the time like I want it. And that's just a little thing that I would like to see her do, is just pay attention to that and make sure that top line's right in that sheep whenever reviewing from the side. Next young lady, this sheep gives her a little fits when we get out and do the circle. Just doesn't want to sit still, doesn't want to line up right, and just it was tough on her out here. Likewise for the young lady in fifth hole, same thing. When we did the circle, just didn't want to set up, didn't want to pay attention and do what the showman wanted them to do. That's a part of this deal, and that's why they're sitting here in fourth and fifth. The reason they're up in fourth and fifth, though, is they do an excellent job getting heads right, getting feet and legs set, giving me a nice look from the side. They get a good brace out of them. That's why these top-end kids are up here, and not taking away from some of them that didn't get in the top five. There's a good group on down that you put them on a sheep, they're going to do well and be competitive just because of the techniques that they use, getting those hands right, getting that front end set connected correctly, and getting those feet and legs set. Just some minor things. Either got a bad look at a time, maybe just didn't have the sheep quite at 12 o'clock like I wanted it. We're splitting hairs on some really good quality showmen. This happens to be their day up here in this top five. Let's give them a round of applause. Excellent job, young people.
Yeah, that was a large class. There were actually 33 ahead in that class. A good class of showmen. First place goes to Harper Horning from Crawford County. Second place, Avery Flax from Clark County. Third, Emma Titak from Muskingum County. Fourth, Hadley Haynes from Dark County. Fifth, Haley Blosser from Fairfield County. Sixth place, Ada Thomas from Huron County. Seventh, Mallory Snyder from Shelby County. Eighth place, John Michael from Highland County. Ninth place, William Gossard from Allen County. And 10th place, Oliver Lines from Fairfield County. Our next class is going to be for your champion junior showman. Coming out of the 8 and 9-year-old division, first place was Hunter Soltzner from Medina County. Second place was Betsy Young-Peter from Allen County. Out of the 10-year-old class, first place was Gretchen Blosser from Fairfield County. Second place in the 10-year-olds was Peyton Prince from Champaign County. In the 11-year-old division, first place was Jane Graham from Gallia County. Second place was Caden McCoy from Ashland County. In the 12-year-old division, our last class, first place, Harper Horning from Crawford County. And second place in the 12-year-old division was Avery Flax from Clark County. First call for 13-year-olds. 13-year-olds, we need to have your 13-year-old showman to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. 13-year-olds. There have been some questions on the commercial use show at the office. Those classes have not been posted yet. When they will post them, they will not be in the office. They'll be on the office wall on the outside of the office. But they are not posted as of yet. We'll try to let you know when they are. For our division champions here, for our showmanship classes, again, this being our champion junior showman, we call this our Mark Bamberry Memorial Showdown champion. Again, Mark and his family very competitive here throughout the years. And they put a memorial together with the champion showman. They sponsor a lot of shows, and again, we're happy that they sponsor our showdown champion here at the Ohio State Fair. They'll be giving out banners and awards to all the division champions. All division champions. Again, that's the Mark Bamberry family. We have Barb helping us out, Mark's wife, and we have Madison and Taylor, his two daughters. So again, thank you to the Bamberry family for sponsoring and awarding these great showmen here at the Ohio State Fair.
And then they'll also be presenting.
Also, all of the reserve champions here in our division champions will receive a banner also from the Dave Howe and Denny Miller Memorial. Again, Dave Howe and Denny Miller Memorial Award will go to all the reserve champion junior division showmen.
Let's give these young people a round of applause for topping their divisions. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. We've already talked about them, and it's just a matter of preference of what I like to see. Saying what showmanship is and doing it are two different things. Saying what it is really simple. It's trying to make that sheep look the best it can 100% of the time. That's our goal. And what I'm looking for is a student that does that job the best of anybody. I think we have some good competition. There's 3 or 4. I really like the job they do as far as making those sheep look right. I like this older class. I think they do a nice job. And then I like this 10-year-old class, I think it is. Those 2 young ladies, those sheep always look good, and they've got them lined up the way I like to see them. Your winners today, though, are going to be out of this older class. They just do an excellent job. Congratulations, ladies.
Our champion junior showman comes out of the 12-year-old division. First place, Harper Horning from Crawford County. Again, award sponsored by the Mark Bamber Memorial Award, and our reserve champion junior showman goes to Avery Flax from Clark County, and she will be receiving a banner from the Dave Howe and Denny Miller Memorial Award. Entering the ring, we have our 13-year-olds. 13-year-olds are now showing in the ring here in their showmanship class. We'll make a first call. First call for 14-year-olds to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. 14-year-olds. Last call for the 14-year-olds. 14-year-olds to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena.
This group's not a lot of difference between this top end and what they do. They are at a high level of showmanship in my mind, and it makes it tough on the judge to decide what he wants to do. I think the young lady here, I like how she always holds her hands. She doesn't take away from the backside of that head on that sheep. And I see more of the sheep more times on the circle deal. She does a very good job of getting all four set and getting that lamb placed where he needs to be. I just think she excels just a little bit in this class to win it. The young lady in second, like her, does a very nice job. The only thing I would like to see her do is, of course, she's dealing with a smaller sheep, so smaller head. She's covering up that head a little bit more of the times with her hands than the young lady in the first hole. I think one thing I would like to see her just watch from time to time. Occasionally that neck would get stretched a little bit far forward and give me just not a terrible look, but just I like to see that neck at a 90-degree angle most of the time to give me the right look. Young man here does a real nice job with this South Down U. Occasionally I just don't have one leg set up in the circle. I had one leg that wasn't quite set up. Part of it's the sheep. She fidgets a little bit. But other than that, really does a nice job getting that head and neck where it's supposed to be. Nice level top line. Always got this ewe lamb hooked up right at the front end. Just like to see a foot put in a proper spot from time to time, but high quality showman as well. Next young lady has a little different technique. It would kill me to have to try to show one like that and get down there like she does. I'd just like to see that be easier for her. She does a nice job getting the head set up, getting the leg, getting the lamb braced, and giving me a nice look from the side. Occasionally, she would get overstretched just a little bit far forward and not look quite right through that hip and hip-loin junction. I'd just like to change that a little bit. But head, neck, brace, all that's really good. Nice job there. And then the next young man worked his way up. Not one of the initial ones I selected. He's just very smooth and relaxed. Doesn't let anything disturb him too much in terms of just handling the show itself. This lamb's always set up the way it needs to be. I guess when we did the circle, the one thing I'd like to see is there's a certain leg that ought to be set first when we start that circle thing, and he kind of set the opposite leg first, and so I'd like to change that. But really high quality set of showmen, pretty deep class all the way down through. Give these students and young people a big applause for the job that he did. Congratulations.
Really nice class. First place goes to Taylor Wadsworth from Portage County. Second, Ella Allizer from Delaware County. Third, Brock Shear from Wayne County. Fourth, Bryn Rice from Trumbull County. Fifth, Brody Potcatter from Marion County. Sixth, Tinley Cook from Richland County. Seventh, Brooke Narup from Warren County. Eighth place, Paisley McCarroll from Miami County. Ninth, Claire Kramer from Hancock County. And 10th place, Josie Weir from Wyandotte County. Entering the ring, we have the 14-year-olds. We'll make a first call for 15-year-olds. 15-year-olds, this will be your first call to the Shell House Livestock Company and the Showbox Society Makeup Arena. on first down here? Last call, 15-year-olds. Last call to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Last call, 15-year-olds. Helping us out here in the ring, we have our Ohio Lamb and Wool Queen, Miss Avery Schaffner. Avery is from up in Shelby County. Let's give her a nice hand. She's been helping us out all day today and again tomorrow and the next day. But she's our Ohio Lamb and Wool Queen.
pretty deep class here and challenging for me. I'm pulling some because I like what they do with the brace and haven't really looked at them from the side view yet to see what they do. This lamb, I kind of left her there intentionally just to see what would happen. This young lady does a nice job showing. She's very smooth, very quick about getting the lamb set up. And then once she's got her stuck, she's there. And I just don't see a bad look in this sheep. Obviously, this sheep needs to come in terms of maturity and getting fat and all that. But as far as the look goes, that's not part of that's not part of the showmanship, the feeding part so much as what we see out here in the ring. She does a nice job getting all four set, just really keying that sheep up and getting us at 12 o'clock. I like the job she does. Young lady behind her does a similar job in terms of just getting the head right, getting the front end good. I just caught her occasionally not getting her set up quite as quickly. We're in a competition. That's, I guess, if we're going to put a clock on it, that's probably why she's in second, is she just maybe left a leg out of alignment and took her a little while to get him set up when I was looking at her. But really nice job between these two. We're splitting hairs on quality. Young lady here, love how the sheep looks from the side. Love the brace that she gets on him. She's another one that I kind of left over there for a little bit just to see what would happen, and she rose up to the challenge and did a nice job. Maybe just didn't have legs square and right completely the whole time compared to our two above her, but another one that, like how she holds the head, like how she locks in on the front end of the sheep, does a nice job. The young lady with the white ewe here, Dorset ewe, I assume, just want to see a little bit more oomph in terms of getting her really showy up through that front end, maybe getting her head and neck just right. The one thing on that circle, I thought she moved a leg she didn't need to move on my side, and sometimes we can just overshow, and maybe she did that on that one occasion. Again, I'm looking for things. They do such a good job. It's taking little things to separate these young people. She does a really good job, though, as a showman. And then the young man here, maybe not as aggressive as some of the young ladies above him in terms of how he gets it done, but I do like the look he gives. I like how he holds the head and makes that sheep look quite nice. Maybe if I was going to do anything, just make sure that those front two are always square in terms of how they're set up. Occasionally they just get out of alignment, but gives me a good view from the side. Young man does a good job getting them set up, getting this ewe set up, getting this weather set up and making them look right. Really good class, deep class. It's getting harder to find your top five, I can guarantee you that. Let's give them a big round of applause for an excellent job.
First place in the 14-year-old division, Bryn Huntsman from Mercer County. Bryn gets a trophy donated by the Ohio Township Association. Second place goes to Addie Dunlap from Warren County. Third, Hayden Bryant from Ashland County. Fourth, Alyssa White from Washington County. Fifth, Gavin Richards from Wood County. Sixth, Morgan McMahon from Marion County. Seventh, Bria White from Ashland County. Eighth, Carter Kovalik from Medina County. Ninth, Julian Ball from Knox County. And 10th place, Briar Wilson from Muskingum County. Coming in the ring is the 15-year-old division. 15-year-old division. We need to have the first and second place individuals in your 13-year-olds and 14-year-old classes. We need to have you back to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. After this class, we will show for your intermediate, champion intermediate showman. That's the 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds, and the ones in the ring, your 15-year-olds. 33.
Yep.
We're getting close to finishing up the 15-year-olds here. Again, we need the first and second place exhibitors in the 13-year-old division and the 14-year-old division back into the Shell House Livestock Company Showbox Society Makeup Arena for your intermediate champion showman.
Another really good quality class. I know I sound like a broken record throughout the day on that, but certainly appreciate the exhibitors and the nice job they've done, and makes it very challenging here. This young man, I think, just rises to the top for me. He's very smooth in the ring, moves around his sheep well, keeps that lamb, where he needs to be to look appropriate. And I just didn't ever see him really make any big problems or big disasters or whatever you want to say. Just didn't see a problem with what he did, and those feet and legs were always where they're supposed to be. The head, the neck, shoulders, his connection on his head and how he holds his head, just very smooth. When we do the circle, he's probably the one that's the smoothest of anybody. Doesn't get too nervous and doesn't let it rattle him too much, at least from an outward appearance, he doesn't anyway. He did a nice job. Young lady with south down, this sheep's giving her trouble a little bit, a little hard-headed. Part of it's because he's a white-faced breed, I'm sure, but she does a nice job getting him exhibited. He really is hard to show because he moves and fidgets and moves around a lot. And I'd say she may be in second because of her sheep more than anything. She does a nice job of, once she does get him set up, she always has him at cocked and ready where he's supposed to be. That neck's right, that front end's right. And just a lot of times he would move something and maybe she not catch it right off the bat. But she does a good job and sitting there in second. Like I said, maybe because of the sheep giving her so much trouble more than anything. Young man here in third and fourth. I don't think I'd pulled them early, which means they probably didn't give the brace I quite liked that first time, but I think they caught wind once they got going. This young man does a real nice job. He's very smooth, maybe as smooth as our first place winner in terms of on the circle and getting him set up and showing me the sheep and getting away from him and letting me see the sheep. I just wish that first time I handled him or handled this ewe lamb, she'd have given me that nice firm touch like I needed to feel. He might move on up in the class, but a nice job here in third. Fourth, kind of similar deal. This sheep occasionally just isn't quite right. Isn't just at 12 o'clock on feet and legs, but I like how he attaches to the front end. I like the job he did in the circle for me. That's why he's in your top four. And again, he must have been one that I just quite didn't get the firmness of handle whenever I handled that brace, or maybe he moved a little bit with that brace for whatever reason. I'm looking at some little things on the brace to pull that top group off. The young lady that's here in fifth, I had her up there high at the beginning. This lame just gave her a little bit of trouble on the circle thing and didn't quite get set up. Didn't quite set up the right for me. But she does a good job. She's very conscientious. I think maybe she's got a little nervous and got moving a little too quick. Showmanship, it's about calming your nerves and taking a deep breath. And sometimes, and that sheep will feed off of that, and so I just thought she just got a little rattled when we did the circle thing, but she does a nice job, gives me a great side view, does a good job on the brace. Young lady right behind her that we have down here in sixth is very similar in the job that she does. Both of them, I do just like to see handle that circle just a little smoother and more correct for me. Very good job. Let's give all these young people a round of applause. They deserve it. Very good.
In our 15-year-old division, first place goes to Hunter Burns from Darke County. Again, Hunter will receive a plaque from the Ohio Township Association. Second place goes to Addison Wallen from Champaign County. Third place, Braden Wolf from Wyandotte County. Fourth place goes to Cale McCracken from Portage County. Fifth place, Peyton Courtwright from Fairfield County. Sixth place, Marissa Snyder from Shelby County. And seventh place, Taylor Workman from Clark County. Eighth place, Sutton Weston from Marion County. Ninth place, Shelby Bays from Richland County. And 10th place goes to Paige Atkins from Muskingum County. Coming in the ring, this will be for your intermediate champion showman. Out of class number 13-year-old division, there were 29 head shown. First place was Taylor Wadsworth from Portage County. Out of class age group 14-year-olds, there were 33 head shown. First place was Bryn Huntsman from Mercer County. And in the last class, the 15-year-old division, 33 head were shown. First place was Hunter Burns from Dart County. Going back to the 13-year-old division, second place was Ella Alsizer from Delaware County. In the 14-year-old division, second place was Addie Dunlap from Warren County. And out of the 15-year-old division, second place was Addison Wallen from Champaign County. Again, this will be for our intermediate champion, showman. Intermediates. We'll make a first call for 16-year-old division. 16-year-old division, first call to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. 16-year-olds, first call. Again, this is a special class, being your intermediate champion. Again, we label this the Mark Bamberry Memorial Showdown. In this particular class, your intermediate champion will each get a banner that is sponsored by the Mark Bamberry family, and also a premium, $100 by the Bamberry family also. Our reserve overall showman in this division will receive a banner from the Dave Howe and Denny Miller Memorial Award. And they also will be receiving a $50 gift from the Mark Bamberry family also.
Another good division to judge, and just again want to commend the exhibitors. You make this job a little tough, very deep in every one of these classes, and depending on who the judge is and what they're looking for, what they want to emphasize, a number of young people could win today. This is the group I like today, and we're going to go with a person that I think just, as far as what I've seen so far today, has been the one that has been 100%, closest to 100%, and just getting, excuse me, just getting their animals set up and being at the right spot with the right setup. Feet and legs are perfect most of the time. Head, neck's where it's supposed to be. I think the toughest decision for me is in reserve because I like the job that my two that are contending for that do. Again, I think it's going to be broken just because we've got one individual or one animal out here that just fidgets around a little more, is harder to show. Depending on how you look at that, you can decide how you're going to reward that. But I like our two exhibitors that are contending for reserve as well. Your champion exhibitor is going to be a young man out of this last class. Let's give him a round of applause. Very close, I think, between the young lady with the South Down out of that class and that next class down, that 14-year-old class. I'm going to give the nod to the young lady that wins the 14-year-old class. Let's give her a round of applause. But congratulate all of them for doing an excellent job. Very nice.
Our champion intermediate showman is Hunter Burns from Darke County. Our reserve goes to Bryn Huntsman from Mercer County. Again, they'll be getting a banner from the Bamberry family and also a premium. Last call for 16-year-olds. 16-year-olds, this is your last call to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena.
She shut it off.
Time is it? 4:50.
Hunter won, correct?
Yes.
I said something to him. Megan would like more room back there. And I mean, for her, well, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to just take the front back.
Attention in the barn, Skillathon results will not be posted online until after the Supreme Drive. However, we do have the results for Skillathon in the Junior Fair office. At this time, you can go to the Junior Fair office and pick up your ribbons and books that were kept for Skillathon. Once again, please go to the Junior Fair office on the left-hand side to pick up your Skillathon ribbons, find out your results, and your record books. You may do so at this time. Thank you.
First call, 17-year-olds. 17-year-olds, first call to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Last call for 17-year-olds. Last call. Into the Show House Livestock Company Showbox Society Makeup Arena, 17-year-olds. Okay, listen up. This year we have a kid zone in the wool room back behind for younger siblings of our exhibitors. We have a coloring contest going on. The kiddos can choose a picture to color. Then they will post them for judging on Thursday. Tomorrow they will be doing a craft. So listen up for an announcement tomorrow. Today they're going to have popsicles for the kiddos 9 years old and under. And at 5:15 you can come to the wool room and get a popsicle from the Lamb and Wool Ambassador. So it's 5:14 right now. So head right on over there to all you kiddos want to do some coloring and get a popsicle. You can do that right back behind the show arena right now, and you can get in a coloring contest, and it'll be judged also.
A reminder that Skillathon results are in the junior fair office. You have 30 minutes to go and pick up your ribbons and books in the junior fair office. Results will not be posted online. You do have to check in at the junior fair office. So please go over and get your ribbons and books picked up in the next 30 minutes.
Toughest class today. Good job in this group. I believe we're at 16-year-olds, if I remember. They're legal to drive. Parents are happy, I'm sure. And they can drive some sheep, too. This young lady that starts, she's really pretty close to flawless in what she does. Just the whole time out here, I never got a bad look. She handled the circle really well. I think she kind of was my winner of this group when we got down here to the end. I'm not saying easy, but I just think she outclasses everybody just in terms of getting everything done and doing it well. And so that's why she's your winner. We get second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. It's much closer. Little things like maybe a foot not set right, maybe on the circle, just not setting the right foot at the right time, or something like that. But this young man, one of the reasons he's second is I like how he handled the circle. He's very smooth and easygoing. He doesn't get rattled. He did the best job of keeping the sheep calm and the sheep not moving, him moving around the sheep on that circle, and then throughout the ring out here. The lamb doesn't handle really hard, and I kind of think that one of the reasons he didn't get pulled right off the bat is this lamb's typical of a white-faced sheep. He's pretty soft to the handle, and anyway, that's maybe why I didn't pull him. But as I watched and kept my eye on him and what he does, I really didn't get too many bad looks of this sheep when we get him out here at the side. He's very smooth, gets the head right, gets feet and legs where they're supposed to be. Next young lady does a similar job to him. She's got a really attractive weather that makes it easier to look at, and that does help, I think, somewhat in showmanship when you got one that does look good from the side. Occasionally I would catch a leg just not quite where it needed to be. I think I would like to see her just slow down and calm down just a little bit, just not move so quickly. We do want to do it on a timely basis, but we don't want to rattle the sheep too much, and that's maybe the difference between her and the young man in second. But she could show sheep, that's for sure. This one looks good. The next young lady, I'd just like to change this sheep in how she sets him up. His probably the best way to show this lamb may be to get down and get underneath him and get his top line up. Because as we get him out here, and the longer we're out here, he starts to sag and just look a little looser in his top line. Other than that, I really like the job she does. She did a good job on the circle, moving around the sheep. Just a nice job there as well. And then our young lady in fifth, she hung in there, and I didn't pull her at first. She hung in there. She kept showing and competing, and I appreciate that about her. She didn't give up. She kept that head right. She's got those feet and legs set. This lamb, not the most attractive lamb of the group out here. He's still green and still coming, but she does a nice job of not showing any big holes in this sheep and trying to hide the holes that he does have. She's always pretty square on feet and legs. Maybe occasionally this one right front leg is not where it's supposed to be. I think the sheep kind of just has a habit of setting it kind of awkward. I'd like to change that in relation to the others, because we're talking about really competitive, really good showmen. Good job on down the line. Let's give these young people a big round of applause for the competition that we saw in the class.
In our 16-year-old division, first place goes to Carly Mag from Putnam County. Again, Carly will receive a plaque from the Ohio Township Association. Second place goes to Ashlyn Anderson from Knox County. Third place was Graceland Cart from Gallia County. Fourth, Avery Rice from Trumbull County. Fifth place, London Reichert from Darke County. Sixth place, Delaney Dute from Wayne County. Seventh, Madison Chateau. Eighth place, Nathan Sattler from Defiance. Ninth, Bryn Shear from Wayne. And 10th place goes to Darren Myers from Lucas County. Entering the ring, we have your 17-year-olds. 17-year-olds now entering the ring. We'll make a first call. First call for the 18-year-olds to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. 18 years old. Last call, last call. We're about ready to finish here. The 17-year-olds. Last call for the 18-year-olds to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. This will be your last and final call, 18-year-olds to the Makeup Arena.
We're okay. Good group, 17s. Young man that starts this class, no, he wasn't pulled right off the bat. Worked his way up here. Just does a solid job of this group. The more I look at him, especially on the side view, the more I like what he does. Always gives you a good look, what I'm looking for. Has that head right. We got out here in the circle, handled it quite well, handled everything like I like to see, getting him set up, and didn't take the whole time that I made the circle to get him set up. Kind of kept him stable and in one place. Just did a nice, complete job to win this class, and congratulations to you. Next young lady, I like her style in terms of what she does on the front end and keeping that head up in the right spot. She's probably the second one that's the most consistent with feet and legs and making that lamb look like it ought to look the time that she's out here. That's why she's in second. I don't know how to explain it any other better than that. Maybe on the circle, compared to the young man ahead of her, we had one leg that wasn't, I mean, I'm being real picky, but we had one leg that wasn't quite where I wanted it to be. You know, that just happens. So two really nice showmen to start this class, and then it continued to stay tough as we go on down. The next young lady in class, I like the job she does with the front end and getting the side view, good braces on this sheep. I always have a nice firm handle and touch. Just got a little, we kind of moved around a little bit when we got to the circle, a little, whether the sheep was moving around or it just took a while to get him set up and to get him placed, and I just want him to do that a little quicker than he did when we do that circle. Next young man, when he comes in the class, I kind of thought he was letting this lamb be a little too dead-headed, not getting him stretched up when he came out and was walking on the move, and as he warmed up to me a little bit in what he's doing. He does a very similar job to the other young man that won the class. Neck and head is where it's supposed to be. Does a good job on that front 1/3 and keeping him where he's at. There's times he just gets kind of awkward with how he handles the head of that sheep. It just doesn't come as comfortable to him. And sometimes it would give me a bad look. That's kind of what I was seeing, I think, maybe when we were moving them in the ring. But once he gets set, side view and all of that, he does a great job from that standpoint. But good job in this class to go here in fourth. And then in fifth place, this lamb sometimes just wasn't at 12 o'clock on the side view. Sometimes we got him a little too stretched and his top line came down. that's one of the reasons we're here in the 5th hole with this lamb. She does a good job in terms of keeping the neck up, getting a good connection on the front end, getting a nice brace. I just at times on the side view, the lamb, and maybe part of it's the sheep, just gets a little bit out of balance in terms of that top line. We just need to watch that, here in the showmanship competition. But good job here in 5th. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. Thank you for bringing out a nice set of young people again. Let's give them all a round of applause as they leave the arena.
First place in your 17-year-old division goes to Elliot Walters from Stark County. Second place goes to McKenna Kimball from Defiance. Third place goes to Adeline Bryant from Ashland County. Fourth place, Ernie Spracklin from Greene County. Fifth, Nora Jackson from Harrison County. Sixth, Callie Hoppus from Marion County. Seventh, Abby Snyder from Richland County. Eighth place, Allie Wiseman, Geauga County. Ninth, Paige Garrett from Darke County. And 10th place, Dawson Staley from Richland County. Entering the ring, we have your 18-year-olds. This will be our last class here for the single classes. We would ask that the first and second place individuals in your 16-year-olds and 17-year-old classes, please report to the Shell House Livestock Showbox Society Makeup Arena for your Senior Showman Champion. Again, we need to have the first and second place class winners out of the age division of the 16-year-olds and the 17-year-olds. We'd like to have those in the Show House Livestock Company Showbox Society Makeup Arena. That will be for our senior overall showmanship champion. Next show up will be our commercial U show. Our commercial U show originally scheduled for 6. It will be starting at 6:30. 6:30 on the commercial U show. Those classes are posted on the outside of the office. So commercial U show will start at 6:30.
This 18 group, I think these two young ladies kind of make their way to the top of the class pretty good. Both of them do excellent job of when the sheep is set and making it look as good as you possibly can. Some minor differences. I think on the move, and just handling the sheep. I like the job this young lady does just a little bit better. She's a little bit smoother in the way that she does things, a little calmer. I'd like her pace on the move a little bit better. She doesn't get in a big hurry. That's why she's going to win the class. Both of them do an excellent job. The young lady in second, I don't know what else I can say. I'd just like to slow you down just a little bit. Other than that, I think you do the same job as our class winner in terms of feet and legs, attaching to the front end and making that animal look as good as it can. That's all we can ask of those two. The next young man does a nice job getting him set. I like what he did on the circle. He was as good as any. I guess at times I thought that you got a little too stretched. Looking at her from the side, and I would just like to change that. That's why you're in third, but you do a heck of a job as far as just getting attached on them. Part of it may be the sheep herself because she just breaks a little bit there in that hip loin, and you just, on sheep like that, you just got to watch how stretched they get. It can make them look a little bit out of balance. Next young man does a really nice job on the side view, really up-headed and really good in terms of how he's attached to the front end. You get a nice brace out of that sheep. When we did the circle, we had a little trouble getting some legs set in the right spot. But other than that, does a really nice job. And then round out our top five with a young lady that does a nice job again, like the others on the side view when that sheep's sitting still, really good. When we got in the circle, just had a little trouble getting him set up and getting him on all fours like I wanted. But really good jobs. I want to say seniors, I guess, 18-year-olds. Some of you may be not senior. You may be a freshman in college. I don't know. But anyway, 18-year-olds, good job. Let's give them all a round of applause for an excellent group of 18-year-old showmen.
Congratulations to our 18-year-old division winners. First place was Miley Chateau. Miley will receive a banner from the Banberries and also a plaque from the Ohio Township Association. Beth Over's been helping us out with those, presenting those plaques. Second place goes to Harley Haynes from Darke County. Third place, Carter Lampy from Wood County. Fourth, Logan Schroeder from Defiance County. Fifth, Olivia Seaburn, Madison County. Sixth, Paige Bremke from Lorain County. Seventh, Avery Vasco from Guernsey County. Eighth, Morgan Miller from Montgomery County. Ninth, Caden Lake from Muskingum County. And 10th place, Katie Curry from Clinton County. That'll bring us up to your champion senior showman. In the 16-year-old division, first place goes to Carly Mag from Putnam County. In the 17-year-old division, first place was Elliot Walters from Stark County. Out of the 18-year-old division, Miley Chateau won the 18-year-old division. In second place, out of the 16-year-old division, was Ashton Anderson from Knox County. In the 17-year-old division, second place was McKenna Kemple from Defiance County. And out of our last class, the 18-year-old division, second place was Harley Haynes from Darke County.
Can I see Miley's?
Yeah, if I find it. Again, in this division, which is for our senior showmanship champion. Again, we call this our Mark Bamberry Memorial Showdown. Again, the Bamberry family has been very instrumental in promoting not only the showmanship, but our market lamb shows. They raise a lot of sheep also and sell a lot of sheep. And it all goes back to Mark. He was an exhibitor here back in the day, and was very, very competitive and did a lot of winning, and his daughters did the same. And a great family that has really supported our sheep barn, and what they've done here, they have bought a banner, sponsored a banner for every class today that is shown. But they'll also be handing out a banner here for your senior champion, as well as we did for the intermediate and your junior. They're also giving a premium that they're going to give to the champion here for $100 also. But again, we can't thank them enough for all their support here at the Ohio State Fair. Let's give them a nice hand for helping us out with all those banners that they give to the Ohio State Fair and these exhibitors. Also on the reserve showman here, it will receive a banner also from the Dave Howe and the Denny Miller Memorial. And again, the Bamberry family will also give a $50 gift to the reserve senior champion. After the showmanship show, we're going to wet down the arena. We'll roll it real quick. We would like to get started on our commercial use show at 6:30. 6:30, again, those classes are posted over on the office wall if you'd like to go check those out. 6:30 will be our commercial use show.
Well, this is my last thing to do today. I certainly want to appreciate the Ohio State Fair staff and Pat and crew and Jeff for inviting me and working the show today. Everybody's very much needed to make this happen. All these adults, some of them are volunteering their time, maybe all of them. I don't know who's paid and who's not paid. But first of all, let's give them all a round of applause for supporting these kids and putting on the show. Our older groups haven't disappointed me a bit. These 6 showmen out here, you know, at the college we show a lot of sheep, and I guarantee you any of them could show for me any day of the week. They do a nice job. They know what to do. Their mechanics are good. They've been trained well. They've worked a long time. Probably it'd scare you to know how many hours of time and work and effort has been put into this group of sheep by these young people, and certainly appreciate their professionalism and what they do. I guess it comes down to me. The ones that have made the least amount of mistakes, had them set up the most for me, made them look good, move around the sheep good, do a nice job leading them around. I mean, all those things that are considered and factors in evaluating showmanship. There's two that I really like. I think they're studs in what they do, not taking anything away from the other four that don't get the 2 awards, but I think these two do an excellent job. My two 18-year-olds are going to be your champion reserve. Let's give them a round of applause.
Our champion senior showman goes to Miley Chateau from Shelby County. And our reserve senior champion, also out of the 18-year-old division, Harley Haynes from Darke County. Congratulations. Again, let's give a nice thank you to our judge, Bart Cardwell from Northern Oklahoma College, doing a great job today. Thank you, Bart.